here. For you amateurs at home, you might like to study this bridge. Very unsteady indeed. Terribly difficult when you have to place your bridge hand in amongst the reds like that.
Particularly with the man in the yellow coat breathing down your neck, Ted.
Griffiths now 11 points in front.
Very Griffiths.
24 points to 13 then. Griffiths in front. Taylor here with a red over the centre, but the black still tied up. Pink available in the right-hand middle pocket only.
There's a problem here with getting onto a colour. That's the problem for Dennis.
One.
I think cutting the blue across the table this time, Eddie.
Yes, well, Dennis did well to get where he is, and he's in a very favourable position now.
Six.
That's a sad mistake by Dennis.
That was a very bad miss. It's put the black on as well, and Terry has the frame at his mercy here.
Leading 24 points to 19. And of course, 2 frames to 0 so far in this 47 frame Embassy World Final.
One.
Nicely onto the pink.
Seven. Eight.
That's a let-off.
8, Terry Griffiths.
I can't believe what's going on here at the present time. There's a lapse of concentration by both players, and it's now back completely in the air as to who will win this frame.
32 points to 19. Still 6 reds on the table. I think Dennis is just a bit concerned, Eddie, with that black, whether in fact it will pot into that right-hand top pocket.
Yeah, I don't think it is on, Ted. I thought that it was when I made the comment a moment ago. However, Terry had a look at it and potted his opening red of that last break without trying to get onto it, so I'm now of the opinion that it's not on. It's very difficult to tell from where we are here, but I don't think it is on. And because of that, the frame is still reasonably tied up. But should that black go to the corner pocket before much longer, it will open the game completely. It's left Dennis short of the red by the black. I'm quite sure he was after it then to put the black on, but he caught the yellow much too thick. Almost missed it, but certainly prevented the white from reaching its target. That's a good shot, and he's back in control again.
I think he's there this time, Eddie.
6.
More angle on the blue was Dennis' idea there, to get back for the red by the black, but he's short with the shot, left the blue straight and now has to take the pink. Dennis is struggling a little here. Things are not going really well for him. He's not really stroking yet, and he's just grinding out this frame. I'm sure if he can come away with this frame, we'll see Dennis loosen up a bit.
Well, he's 1 point behind now. 31 points to Griffiths' 32.
12. Dennis Taylor.
Now, we've seen Terry Griffiths knock these in, Eddie.
Yes, and he's quite likely to knock this one in as well.
This time he leaves it for Dennis Taylor.
Well, it was a risky shot at that speed. I thought he would have been taking the white ball up into baulk, putting distance between them should he miss to be on the pink, but he completely beat me there.
One.
All square.
That's a perfect shot.
Boy.
Now we'll see the black come into play following this red.
12.
Dennis Taylor then goes 19 points in front as he comes to the last 6 colours.
20. Twenty-two.
He wants this green to make the frame reasonably safe. On taking the green, Terry Griffiths will require a snooker.
Dennis Taylor.
24 points in it. 22 points on the table.
Dennis Taylor, 56. Terry Griffiths, 32.
Requires 1 snooker. The difference now, 28 points, and just 18 left on the table. And if you've just come in for a cup of tea at home, Terry Griffiths here won the first 2 frames. satisfied at being 28 points in front. Terry here wants to keep this blue out of the pocket, of course.
Five. Five, Terry Griffiths.
And Dennis now trickling them over the pockets. He looks at Terry as much as to say, try and keep that out. And he has done. And still the pink remains on the table.
Just want to get him out of the habit.
A little showmanship here with Terry almost getting a snooker out of that. So Dennis says that's how to do it.
Oh, six, Dennis Taylor. Frame conceded.
And in fact, Terry Griffiths concedes the frame after giving 6 points away there, and now leads 2 frames to 1, with Dennis having taken that frame at 66 points to 37. Now a little pen picture of the man from Northern Ireland, who in fact is the eldest of 7 children. He came to England when he was just 17 years of age, and for some while now has been knocking on the door for a big title in the top flight of snooker. Twice he was runner-up in that snooker program Pot Black. I've already mentioned that he was in the semi-final of the World Championship in 1975 and 1977. And a matter of only a month ago in Canada, he got the taste of titles, for he won the big Canadian tournament there in February. Dennis now has been seeded number 8 and played first of all Steve Davis, the 21-year-old Londoner, whom he defeated in the first round of this championship, 13 frames to 11. He then had the big break by eliminating the world champion Ray Reardon, 13-8. And last night you saw him defeat John Virgo, 19-12. Griffiths breaks off for our 4th frame, leading 2 frames to 1. and very gently into the pyramid.
Touch and go.
He makes no mistake this time. I think he was looking at the red just on the D there below the brown, but he's not come far enough. Now our camera picks up the brown on the curve of the D there. And Dennis puts the cue ball, or attempts to, on the top cushion. They're all pretty safe. That has given Dennis an opportunity. There was little Terry could do about it. He had to play safe, and he could only trickle into them or split them up.
One.
Can Dennis Taylor draw level
8.
2 frames each?
It's very important that he does, Ted, to take the first break of this afternoon's session all level with Terry, because if he lets Terry away to a 3-1 lead, he could find himself with problems before the day is out.
Taylor with 17 on the board so far.
20. 21. 26. 27.
He's compiling this break very nicely. He's very much in control here.
And now has 35 points on the scoreboard.
Thirty-four. 35.
'He's looking for a way to get these reds split open, which he has to do to build the break big enough to win the frame in this one visit. Pink balls between the blue and the reds, making it difficult at the present time for Dennis.
I don't think he can see sufficient of that, Eddie.
I'm not sure of Dennis's way of thinking there, Ted, to go into the reds as softly as he did.
His break now stands at 40, and he has 48 points on the board. And finally decides to play safe.
40, Dennis Taylor.
Eight reds left now then in this fourth frame, with Terry Griffiths having the lead at the moment, 2 frames to 1. Griffiths taking the first 2, Dennis Taylor the third. And that's unlike Terry Griffiths.
One.
Dennis has left himself in no man's land here. He's right in the middle of 3 colours, none of them really on, which means that he has to make a good shot to retain the strike, and we're right at the point of a frame where Terry's play is so very strong. These last 5 or 6 reds he could well clean up if Dennis fails to make a pot here.
One, Dennis Taylor.
Taylor then with 49 points on the board, 7 reds on the table. And the Welshman is asking referee John Williams to clean the cue ball. It could be a speck of chalk or a little dust on there. That was a great shot at that speed, Eddie.
Yes, Ted, I would have preferred the centre pocket and return off the balk cushion there under the circumstances, but it just goes to show you how confidently Terry is playing, because he moved that wide ball across into a position that had he missed that slow long pot, the game was completely at Dennis' mercy, but he made it, and full marks for that.
The red, incidentally, was the first ball that Terry had potted for some 13 minutes.
7.
Now 42 points down. He's got himself out of position.
Yes, he caught the red a little thicker than he intended, Ted, I'm sure, and the wide ball hasn't come onto the top cushion with the speed that he thought it would. Now he's rather awkward. Well, he's made one extremely good shot. He's got to make another one yet.
"34 points in it."
It's a really lucky break for Terry to get a snooker from that position, because he did try to pot the red and get position on the black. He missed the red. He now has Dennis snookered on all 5 reds. It looks to me virtually impossible to hit a red here and not leave at least one on, so I think Dennis finds himself in dead trouble here.
Well, as you forecast, Dee, it's very costly, this one, I feel. A lucky shot by the Welshman, but all these little lucky breaks count in the game of snooker, and probably part of its attraction. Griffiths then now with a chance once again to clear up. At the moment, 30 points behind.
This is one of those situations, although he's, well, now 29 points behind, I'm quite sure that Dennis would swap Terry's scores and take the strike, but he can't do that, and now it remains to see if Terry can capitalise on that break that he just had there. It looks good for him. There's nothing safe.
Spare lip. Oh, please go on to the spare lip tape.
22 points in it only now. Down to a difference of 14 points.
Terry put so much concentration into the potting of that red, he hasn't really had the white back far enough to be on the black, and he's left himself a little awkward here. He's going to have to make a good pot to retain the strike. The green is reasonably close to the pocket, but he's over the black ball.
That's a good one.
24. 25. 29. 31.
This embassy final over 47 frames. 1 point in front. Griffiths looks at the scoreboard. $53 points to 49.
38.
I must apologise for making a mistake. To Welsh viewers, Mould, of course, is not in Gwent, it's in Clwyd.
38.
He's now 13 points in front, with 13 points on the table. The pink goes down, and Terry Griffiths from Llanelli goes 3 frames to 1 in front.
Well, the players now going off for a well-earned rest, a little interval before they come back to continue this afternoon session. Remember, just let me remind you, if you've come in, this is the beginning of the 1979 final, and I say the beginning because it's scheduled to go on all the way through until Saturday night. It's the best of 47 frames to decide the champion, the man who picks up the £10,000. And of course, all these 47 frames taking place on this one table that has for the semi-final, and now for the final dominated the...
And it's time now for Thursday's snooker coverage as BBC Two joins David Vine in Sheffield.
Welcome to the first finals night of this Embassy World Professional Snooker Championship, a night we've all been waiting for since it began here in the Crucible Theatre, Sheffield, 10 days and nights ago. And I think you'll all agree that we've had more than our fair share of shocks and surprises, thrilling matches, and one of the most emotional nights the game has ever seen. Well, now just 2 players are left on the long road to the final. Terry Griffiths of Wales, Dennis Taylor of Northern Ireland. 47 frames, the best of those for the title, and of course that cheque for £10,000. When I spoke to both players shortly before the off this afternoon, I asked Terry Griffiths first how he was feeling.
A bit nervous at the moment, waiting to go on, and just can't wait to start playing again now against Dennis.
Did you ever in your wildest dreams really think you'd reach this stage?
Well, I haven't thought about it the last 2 weeks, you know. I thought about it in the past when I turned professional. I thought about turning. And I always thought I'd reach, reach some heights in the game anyway, you know, at some time, but I didn't realize it would come so quick. I didn't expect it to come so quick, but I haven't thought a lot about it this week. I've just gone on match by match.
You've had some tremendous moments. I mean, you've built up to tremendous moments through this championship now. And, of course, every time you finish a great big match, it must sort of drop off a little. How have you managed to build up again now for the final, which is over a long period?
Yes, well, it doesn't really drop off. It never drops off. Like after Alex's match, I mean, the people and the telegrams and everything combined, you know, you just keep up at a high level all the time because there's no time to relax, really, in the fortnight, you know, and it just keeps you at the same level, really. You never go up and never come down.
I've only played Terry once before. I think that was in one of the Pontins Pro-Am tournaments. So I don't know a big lot about his game.
What happened there? Who won?
Well, Terry won on that occasion, but it was one of those situations where he was an amateur at the time, and we had to give him 25 points start per frame. So there's no way he's getting that start this time. In fact, I might even take a couple of blacks off him if he's willing to give me them.
When the match started this afternoon, Taylor didn't get any charity at all. Although there had been a few moments of light-hearted banter, it was very obvious that the pressure of this final had already reached them both. Just before the tea interval, Taylor came back from the dead to win a good frame, leaving him 3 down. And tonight, Taylor won the first. Here, frame 9, he's trailing 3-5. Griffiths will be in play at the table and ahead on points. And Jack Carnham and John Pullman are the commentators.
As Dennis is looking at the red that's closest to the pink there, it will go into the corner pocket. It's a bit unfortunate there, I think. The pink gone over the pocket and the red's got in the way, stopped him from hitting it.
Well, it looks as though he's going to try and bend this around. And that's a very nice shot. Very nice control to gauge the amount that you're swinging the ball. And an equally good shot there, tucked up on the cushion. A shot that no player welcomes. "12" plays 29.
All important for Dennis here to get nicely on a red. If he does, there's every chance of him getting a few points. Doesn't look as if it's come too kindly. Snick into the top pocket looks to be the only one.
Well, little Fisher Sweet here. He's taken the yellow to get up amongst the reds again. Which
Once
sets
again, he hasn't done it too cleverly. I think he played to come up onto the red that's close to the black there. She'll go into the corner. Could have done with another few inches on the cue ball there.
14, Dennis Taylor.
Well, he's left one out here. And Terry, so far, has been gobbling up these sort of pots pretty consistently.
Looks as if a little stun run through here will bring him nicely on the black, which will go in the opposite corner. Oh, he could got enough angle on it to get in the same pocket. It's even better. Now the black won't go on its own spot once it's potted because there's a red there. The pink spot is covered up with red, so the black potted now will have to go on the brown spot. That's rather taking it away from the action.
Well, John Williams tries the black on the pink spot. It won't go, so it goes on the brown.
8. Nine.
Well, that one went wrong. And that's one of the few loose shots that Terry has played so far.
15.
.44-15. And he played to come off the bottom cushion
15.
there
Terry Griffiths.
and come up behind the green, but he's a little bit short of pace there. And Dennis caught that much thicker than he intended. And he's given Terry a chance here.
44.
Yes, I think that shot will cost Dennis the frame.
1.
And there again, I think Terry slipped up. I think he tried to screw back for the black there to pot it and again get the black on its spot for the available reds.
This is rather an ambitious one. I think most players would have tickled in behind the yellow there. Well, the last few shots, both of them are playing as if they don't want to win this frame, Jack.
Yes, John. In fact, Terry has looked just a little bit tired to me this last frame. He is not playing with quite the same intensity. Well, the situation is reversed here now. We could well have it with Dennis in a position to take the frame.
Seven. Eight.
Well, if Dennis can manage to pull this off in this frame,
14.
he'll just make Terry think a little.
Of course, the colours aren't absolutely ideally situated for clearance because the yellow's a little bit close to the baulk cushion, not too easy a shot unless one happens to get on it perfectly. And of course, the brown is tight on the side cushion just below the middle pocket. That's going to cause a few problems. Dennis will probably play to get on the black here.
21.
36-45. Now he might well pop the black here and shift the yellow a little. Well, he's having a look. It looks as though it might be rather a tricky shot to do. Well, he's settled for the black and...
Well, he's overhit that slightly. He's got a little
29.
bit an acute angle on this yellow now. Not a nice shot to try and snick
Well,
that into the corner pocket.
1 point in arrears.
Could well play to send the yellow around the table and screw the cue ball behind the blue.
Dennis Taylor.
Well, that was a very good shot around the angles, but it could prove very costly, I'm afraid. It's one thing hitting the ball, it's another thing not leaving it on.
It was an interesting situation here, Jack. If Dennis has got enough angle on this yellow, he may well try to screw into the brown. Looks as if he's going to play position on the green to do just that. Obviously the yellow's a little bit straight for him to get into the brown with this one. Will he be successful in moving that brown?
Five.
And Dennis goes 4 points in the lead. Now he's got to be very careful. Anybody's game with a very tricky brown.
There's just a little touch on that one there. Jack would have put it nicely over the middle. He just failed to make contact.
Well, the brown seems to be dead tight on the cushion there, and one can never be quite sure just what is going to happen when they're like that. Well, that's a pretty good shot he's playing.
5, Dennis Taylor.
Well, he could come underneath the brown. I wonder if he will. No, he's chosen to hit it full in the face, but there's a possible chance here. Nicely on the blue. Enough angle there to get up for the pink. Well, he's played a little bit careless there, I would think. Misjudged the shot.
Terry Griffiths, of course, now can only draw with these two colours. 13 points in arrears, 13 on the table.
9, Dennis Taylor.
Well, he's got to go for this, I would think. Of course, if he pots the pink, well, it's virtually a blackball game. Well, they were going in this afternoon, but not quite the same this evening. And Terry looked at that ball as though he didn't like it.
It's like another left-handed one from Dennis.
Yes, Dennis, a very good left-hand. I always feel these are very cheeky, John, when he does this in vital moments. But just look at that. Played like a good one. And frame scores, Griffiths 5, Dennis Taylor 4.
crucial point really in the match, because although Terry Griffiths went ahead in the next one, at this stage we were all beginning to wonder what effect that previous tension and emotion was going to have on Terry Griffiths. Was this the point when suddenly he was into the final, thinking about it, thinking about the long road ahead, all that business against Alex Higgins and of course Eddie Charlton? What effect was this going to have on him eventually? It's a long, long road to this title. Dennis Taylor, on the other hand, hasn't had to cope with that yet, and he seemed to be much the easier man. Anyway, here's frame 11. Remember, there's just 2 frames in it, and it's Dennis Taylor to break.
11th frame, Dennis Taylor to break.
And Dennis Taylor to break in the 11th frame. Perfect strength. And it is not a touching ball, so John Williams steps forward to make sure there is no push stroke here. Well, that is just about a perfect shot he's played there. It may not be quite a snooker, but it's a pretty good shot. And these long shots that these fellows play when they clip a very thin red with about 12 feet between the ball, believe me, they're very, very difficult shots to play.
One.
Well, he's a bit short in strength there. Another 2 feet and he would have been nicely on the red for the black. Whoops, well, he caught the bump there.
4, Terry Griffiths.
Well, it was close, and what a position he had for the black there. And it's, I wouldn't say safe, but this is not an easy pot into the middle. We're seeing so many of these excellent shots that we begin to rather regard them as automatic, but the players think anything but that when they're playing them, I can assure you. Well, he tried the double there, which was a shot to nothing. Well, Terry here getting his thinking cap on again, taking his time.
I do believe he's playing to pop this into the middle off the other red.
And he's done it. Well, that's a little bit cheeky. Very good shot.
That's quite an extraordinary shot to play in a World Championship final, isn't it?
Well, I suppose that's confidence for you, John.
Four. Five.
And Terry chalks his cue, has his characteristic little blow.
He could be trying to get into this pack of reds this time to disturb them as much as possible.
Eight.
I think he may still be able to just snick that one into the top pocket. No, it doesn't look as if he can.
Griffiths 12, Dennis Taylor yet to score.
Eight. Jerry Griffiths.
Well, again, we're at this important stage in frame scores where this frame either way makes a very big difference to both players. Oh, and there's a lucky one. And he acknowledges the fluke. And smiles and complains that he's not on a colour. And then just to show how friendly it all is, he just gently plays a really tight snooker.
It's been an odd saying in the game for a long time now, Jack. If you get a fluke, take full advantage of it. Otherwise, there's no point in getting it anyway.
Well, he's going the long way round here. And that is a beautiful shot. A superb shot there. Judgment of pace around 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions. Well, and there you can see he can just get through past the pink, thin one on the red. And the strength is not too bad, a little bit short of the bottom cushion. And that makes quite a difference for Taylor. Allows him to get that freedom in his cueing. Good putt. But still not out of the wood here. He's got to get another good one. Brown in the centre. And he was up on the shot a bit early then.
Dennis, I think, got a bit of a kick from that one. It's something that occasionally happens. Get a bad contact between two balls, and as the cue ball didn't go through there as it should, it kicked a bit.
One.
Well, he's got an open red there if he plays this gently. Well, I don't think he's cleared the pink.
Eight. Eight, Jerry Griffiths.
21, Terry Griffiths, 1 to Taylor. Well, he's clipped one away there over the pocket. Now, can he hold for the black? I wonder if he'll try. Yes, he's trying, and it's got to... Oh, he just clipped... I thought it was rather difficult to get past that red there, John.
Yes,
Surely.
He may possibly have played it with just a shade of side, which took the ball off the straight line, but certainly made a mess of it. Dennis, looking to play the red up the side cushion, have the advantage, of course, of bringing him nicely on the black and also putting another red over the hole. Oh, he's decided to play it straight.
1.
Well, it's possible for Dennis to collect a few points here. The reds aren't exactly open, but they can be chivied around a little in the process.
Nine.
Terrific amount of left-hand side on that ball to
14.
swing it round the angle to get on that red. Very nicely played. And there you see, just chipped the reds a little there.
15.
Just opened a couple of reds. Taylor now takes a small lead, 2 points. Yes, he tried to force through there to stay on the red. He couldn't just glide off the reds. So he had to put a little bit of pace in that one. And there you see from the little pack of reds when he started, they've been pushed open to most advantageous positions. Well, he hasn't got a lot of angle to play with there to get on a red. It looks as though he's going round again on the blue. Just a touch of right-hand side there keeps him straight back up the table.
36.
Break of 37 in progress. And he's had to work fairly hard to get these points. Quite a nice little break, this. Extremely valuable.
43. 44.
Break of 50.
50.
30 points the lead. 43 points on the table.
51.
Now, can he shift the red, or will he just try and lay behind it?
I think he'll be content to get the pink here, Jack, because Terry Griffiths now needs a snooker to win.
57.
Well, well, he's played very nice shot there. He wouldn't have minded taking the double, but he'll be happy with that. Good effort.
And anything could happen with this shot. He could pot the red. He could miss it altogether like that, or he could possibly have hit the red and gone in off it. So there are all sorts of possibilities with that one.
$41 the difference, and 35 points on the table.
Interesting little shot here. He'll be trying to get back behind the green. The red will kiss the black and stay where it is. Well, he's caught the bump of the middle pocket, but it hasn't worked out too badly.
Underneath the red. Yes. And tried to get behind the pink. That was a good effort there.
The balls, in fact, here, Jack, are quite favourably placed for snookers, aren't they? It's still no certainty for Dennis at this stage.
Oh, that's a good one. Well, he was going in off in the corner pocket, and the green saved him there.
Well, Terry Griffiths lost that frame, eventually conceded, which meant that his lead was cut to just one frame. And in fact, at this moment, we can go right onto the table live, because they're absolutely level, 7 frames all, and they're into the final frame of the evening. Just get a flavour of how it's going here live in the Crucible at the moment.
The audience glued to the table as Dennis Taylor takes a red and a black, the first balls in this 15th and final frame of the first day's play.
9.
14 points now.
14.
Playing left-handed. But alters his mind. On this black, screwing back for the loose red just by the bridge hand. 22 points now.
22.
He drew level in the 14th frame, 7 frames each. This Embassy final, of course, is the best of 47 frames. Onto the black again.
23.
Seeded number 8 in this year's World Championship, Dennis Taylor, whilst Terry Griffiths is the unseeded player. Down for the one loose red below the blue.
30.
Cutting it back across the table into the center.
31.
And back up the table for the blue. And Terry Griffiths, who has been leading in this final so far, now finds himself level. Can Taylor split the pack with this blue? He doesn't even attempt it. He has one loose red at the top of the pyramid. But he's gone too far down the table.
36.
His break now, 36. And it's safety.
56. And this match really tightening up now, all signs of a long struggle. Remember, one man has got to win 24 frames before he becomes the champion of the world. And we'll be back here inside the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield for live transmission of tomorrow afternoon's play. We hope you can join us at 2:30.
Pot Black, the BBC book of snooker, which includes the story of the game, the rules, and the profiles of the leading players, is available from bookshops, price £1.25. It's just after 11:35, and time now on to for the late news and the hustings with Richard Baker and Peter
We store our videotapes, and he's insisted on staying in there because he says it's his lucky room. He likes to be surrounded by all the moments of the past in this championship so far. Terry Griffiths, this young Welshman who is coming out here, leading at the moment 8 frames to 7. He took the last frame last night, and holding that lucky scarf, which was presented to him by a young boy here in Sheffield, who's formed the official Terry Griffiths fan club, he refuses to go onto a snooker floor without it. Dennis Taylor from Ireland, the number 8 seed, just coming out to join him. Taylor, who's played very calmly, very coolly, never seems to be flustered throughout this championship. And remember, this afternoon they have 7 frames to play, then 8 this evening, and then there's a further 8 and 9 tomorrow to decide this best of 47 frame championship of the world. £10,000 at stake, and they're coming now into the theatre, waiting for the official announcement by the MC, Bruce Duncan.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we enter into the second day, third session of this, the MC 1979 World Professional Snooker Championship. A match of 47 frames to be played over 3 days with a further 7 frames please allow me to introduce to you the 1975 Welsh amateur title holder, the English 1977 and 1978 title holder, ladies and gentlemen, Terry Griffiths. Opponent in this final, a man from Ireland, now living in Blackburn, Lancashire, twice the losing semi-finalist in 1975 and 1977. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Taylor. In charge of the afternoon session, senior tournament referee, ladies and gentlemen, from Wrexham, John Williams. I hope you enjoy your snooker. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Frame, ladies and gentlemen, Terry Griffiths to break.
And Terry Griffiths to break in the 16th frame. And how's that for a break? A snooker, very first shot. And Dennis Taylor coming off the side cushion there. Nice strength, but left a possible chance for Griffiths here. And as yesterday, we have with us Eddie Charlton, the Australian champion, who will be passing comments during the play.
6.
Yes, and we see Terry away here with a nice opening to commence with. Striking the ball very well early on too.
It was noticeable yesterday that Terry was beginning to feel the strain a little after so many hard matches. So now, will he have recuperated with a good night's sleep to start the battle again? Tremendous side there by Griffiths on the cue ball to get back amongst the reds.
20.
This 47 frame final, which will come to its conclusion tomorrow evening. And this afternoon, of course, is 7 frames. Both these players, they're quite young in the game, both experiencing for the first time a final, which you can't get any higher than this. Just a little short of strength there. Gives Taylor a chance to cue freely. Both players in these opening stages naturally playing, taking their time, trying not to make the early mistake. Well, a shot to nothing there. And could this be the first slip? And there, Dennis turns to his left hand.
He's extremely steady with his left hand, is Dennis. He pots very well with it, there's no doubt about that, and he's so steady, even first shot of the day left hand, as steady as a rock. Tremendous advantage it is really, because to use the rest is, well, it's absolutely dreadful, but Dennis escapes a lot of that.
11. $17. 18.
Now, can Dennis find a loose red here? The alternative, of course, is to pot the black and just go into the pack. And there he very nicely flips the red away to give him freedom to pot an open red. Very pretty little shot. Red into the middle.
33.
And Dennis seems to be finding the angles and the pace of the table just right in this opening frame. Break of 39 in progress. And a little bit tight on the black there. That's unfortunate. He's a little unhappy with that. Well, the referee has announced a touching ball. And this, of course, enables Dennis to play away. And he's deemed to have touched the black. So he plays quite an unfriendly shot there. And snookers Griffiths on the cluster of reds. Well, technically speaking, I suppose there's a red on here, but it's by no means an easy shot. And there he turns to his left hand. This fellow is very, very good at turning over his hands. That really is a first-class shot. I don't think there is another player. Oh my goodness, he's missed the black there. There isn't another player in the game that can turn to his left hand in a crisis and play with confidence like Dennis Taylor.
That's the second chance now that Dennis has had to win this frame, and he's let it escape. His last shot, he was a little too strong and finished on top of the black. And playing that shot with a touch of side to come back onto the red, he's missed it again. And Terry's away.
Well, he couldn't have wished for a better kiss than that. Two nice open reds there. A choice of either.
It was a remarkable shot, really, because had Terry missed that red, the white ball was going to finish up on the baulk cushion. Remarkable shot to have played. But the position is good here.
Well, this is when Terry is really dangerous. And Terry takes the lead by 1 point.
22.
This could well be the shot that will decide this frame.
Well, the opening frame, and we can't get much tighter than this. 41-42.
That's turned out very well. Terry's got some problems with this shot. Over the black and the red on the side cushion. It's not quite hard enough, and it's given Dennis an opportunity now to make this long pot and see what he can do to clean them up.
And that was a better pot than it looked.
The one thing Dennis would be really pleased about there was to get the brown back on its spot. Now it's all on for Dennis to take the frame from here.
7.
Well, normally this would be a mere formality, but one never knows in these championships. Well, that just about winds it up, I think. And Dennis Taylor pots the pink to win this opening frame of the session. And that is 8 frames all.
I was beginning to think Dennis was going to let that frame slip away, having missed the 2 beautiful opportunities early on, but he did get the chance again and made the best of it with a beautiful long pot on the final red and finished perfect on the brown to get it back onto the spot, and it did make the job of mopping them up much easier with the brown back on the spot. All square again.
Well, we can't get much closer than this, and this has been the theme all the way through this championship. Tremendous tensions, and there we see Terry just preparing himself for the next frame, and this one is going to be a tough one.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 17th frame, Dennis Taylor to break.
And as we come to the 17th frame, it's Dennis Taylor to break off. Well, that's a fine opening shot.
See this come up. That's not good, having caught that red. Had Terry cleared that red, he'd have been in a much better position on the red he's playing now, and the black would have been on, but he just caught the edge of that red and it steered the white ball into a bad position, and now Dennis gets his chance.
Well, his safety shot here has to be a good one. And I'm sure that Dennis will be satisfied with that one. A little wag of Terry's head there indicates that possibly my remarks were correct.
He played that well because the red by the right-hand corner pocket is that Dennis is studying now is not a ball that he can get back to a colour. All he could do is hope to pot it and then play a safety shot, so there's no real advantage there.
Well, that was a good individual pot, but it offered very little reward.
One, Dennis Taylor.
Terry's long potting is remarkably consistent. There's no doubt about it. You can put those shots down to a better than 50-50 chance every time.
One, Terry Griffiths.
It's a bad miss. It could let Dennis away here.
Well, there is a long pot there, but if he misses this one, he'll be in trouble. The escape route is not easy.
Dennis may have been fortunate there. I'm sure he would have been looking at getting that red into the other reds to take the white back, but the red got through as well, and it's not an easy ball to pocket now.
Very nice touch shot that Terry has played there with the long rest. Not an easy implement at the best of times. And this could well be the reward for Terry's good snooker on the brown.
One. Six. Seven. Thirteen.
Just about perfect strength. The black is causing problems here. It's covered by a red.
5, Terry Griffiths.
Well, 25 break there. And Terry, I think, a little fortunate there that he's covered an open red with the pink. And he was a little thick on that red there. Lost the pace on the white, back to the bottom cushion. One good red here could put Taylor in with a chance.
Dennis is not getting the run at the present time. He was unlucky on his last shot to be covered on the loose red that Terry missed by the pink, and now his fraction more would have been a better angle on the blue to get back. He's against it at the present time. May be an opportunity here to disturb the black. No, I think he's going to pull inside the black and return the other end of the table. Wrong angled again. It makes all the difference in the world for the white to be on the other side of the blue. Dennis will have to go down and back.
Dennis Taylor.
Well, Dennis worked very hard there for the points that he got and was, I think, a little unlucky.
that good safety shot from Dennis seems to have brought results here. Depends what he can do with this opportunity now.
One.
There's very little difference between these two players. I thought yesterday when the match began that there'd be nothing in it all the way through, and here we see them locked together, and they're both playing excellent safety shots, both potting wonderful long pots, and I think it's going to be a head-and-head struggle all the way to the line with these two.
Can I ask Eddie's advice at any time? Well, I know all the answers, and I want to make it inviting.
Seven. Eight.
Dennis is working them on here, and if he can make this red, I feel that he could be away with a frame-winning chance. This is the red that appears to count here. They're all on after this one.
Twenty. One. 28. 29. 36. 37. 43. 45.
26 the difference. 25 on the table. And Griffiths now requiring snookers. Break of 57. And a tremendous power shot, beautifully played to come on the black. Dennis Taylor there pots a very fine black to take the 17th frame and go into the lead by 9 frames to 8. And there we see Dennis really feeling happy about that. And that is the first time that Dennis has taken the lead in this final.
It was a good effort, really, for Dennis to mop up there because he had to work hard for the break early and he hadn't been getting any run. Terry seemed to have him against the wall. But when the opportunity did come, he kept nice and steady and he really did the job well. Looked very impressive to me today, Dennis does.
And Terry Griffiths comes to the table.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Terry's missed one or two today, Jack. I'm sure he'll smarten up a bit following the one or two misses that he's had in one or so of those frames.
And Terry Griffiths breaks. Again, one of these splendid long pots. These boys really are knocking them in.
We've seen both players miss an opportunity to get going in this frame. It's back with Dennis now.
Well, Dennis tried to open a few reds there, but not with very much success. Well, it's a problem here to get away from the pack here. Oh, and that's a good one. Just short of a snooker. Just able to see the outside red.
I'm sure Terry attempted a safety shot there, but he didn't get enough side on the white ball. Instead of being back on the top cushion behind the black, he's left this red on. First real opportunity now for one of the players to get away, and it's with Dennis.
Well, that's a very bold shot he's played there. Dennis Taylor beginning to show a little surge of confidence in his play now.
It's all to do with getting a chance at getting at the table. Terry at the present time is bogged down a little, and Dennis is beginning to get the run.
Well, he's overdone the screw effect on that one. Do you not detect in Griffiths' play, Eddie, a little tiredness coming into him?
Well, yes, Jack, but the thing is, things aren't really going for Terry today. They've been tight frames. Things haven't opened up as yet. I'm sure we'll see plenty from Terry before this session's over. Here again, Terry's confronted with a dicey situation. He can't really make a red. All he can do is show some patience and run for cover and wait for his opportunity to come, which it surely will.
Taylor 27, Griffiths still to score. And Dennis slipped on that one, that he didn't intend to catch that quite as thin as that.
Terry was looking to edge through for the black off the very end red on the pack there, but he caught it a little thick and the position is not good. He's sure to play a safety here. The pocketing of the black would be extremely difficult. He's in some real problems here, really.
Well, Terry's well up on the table here, but of course he must have one foot on the floor.
A point about using the rest and the spider, of course, is that it's the player's duty to remove it after playing the shot. You can't have assistance from the referee, and Terry had to be very careful there that he didn't foul those reds, even after he'd played the shot.
Well, the reds here fairly open, so Dennis will have to be careful here.
I'm afraid I can't see a way that Dennis can hit a red here and get them safe. They're situated in such a manner now that this could be Terry's first opportunity to get a go on in this frame. Well, he went closer to the black than he did to the reds. And that would have been 7 away.
Lovely pot. Well, if he had the black on the spot here, it would be a different proposition. But he's got to work hard to get his points here.
Yes, the black needs to be back on its spot for a sizable break, but it's when to go for the black. I say that because the black is in a position where it can be missed, and Terry's trying to get back into the frame here, so he has some pressure on him here to go for the black as early in the break as this. He needed an angle on that pot to get out, and having finished straight, it prevents Terry. He must make the pot, so it prevents him from moving the white ball left or right. Tough shot that was.
Taylor 27, Griffiths 20.
Well, that was an opportunity missed. Dennis, already holding the lead, had a chance to really capitalise on this frame, but momentarily anyway, he's let the moment slip.
I don't think there's much doubt that Terry played the double there.
Yes, and the position on the blue looks very good because he can get the white ball into the reds here if he wishes. And there are two reds on the outside of the cluster that can be made. Depends what he'll do here. He did go into them, and it's not the best.
6.
Shots like that, of course, you need to have things going for you a little, and that's not happening for Terry at the present time.
Well, I think Terry here is sizing up the possibility of a plant into the centre. It's got to be right. Oh, and that's bad luck. And that could be expensive.
That red went so close.
Well, a superb chance here for Dennis to take a 2-frame lead. Well, Dennis taking a lot of precautions here, playing it the safest way he can.
He made the black in the wrong side of the pocket, which means that he caught the black too thick with the white ball and prevented it from getting out. For the red back in the corner, and he's lost his opportunity of clinching the frame here. I'm sure his next shot will be a safety shot. That's a bad one. That is a very bad shot. You put that one down to a lapse in concentration, because there is no way that Dennis should have played a shot as bad as that.
Well, Terry was let off the hook there, and with one good shot here could very well make that miss by Taylor prove very expensive indeed. And it looks good. Well, he didn't look too long at that, so he's either says he can or he can't. And there Terry Griffiths creeps up in the score with all the colours on their spots. Well, this should be a formality now, but who knows with tension.
21.
47, 49, 22 on the table. And this could be it. And again, Terry Griffiths does his clearing up act to take the 18th frame and make the scores 9 frames all. A very fine effort indeed.
Dennis let a golden opportunity slip by there to take the lead. I felt when he potted the last red that he potted, he let the white ball get through on the black, which left it straight, and then it was a power shot to try and stun out for the next red to carry on, and he left himself a little stranded there. But that's what happens at the game, and there's so little between these two players that I'm inclined to think we will see the scores seesaw backwards and forwards right through the entire match. It's going to be opportunities and who can take them.
Well, a packed house here. There's certainly getting value for money. Tremendous excitement and tension as these two young professionals both striving to win their first world title. And Taylor breaks in the 19th frame. early chance for Griffiths here. Taylor, I beg your pardon.
It was a little unlucky to glance the green like that. It steered the wide ball into a difficult position. Dennis now has the decision to make whether to go on and try and get away with a break or to temporarily run for cover.
Well, both players here, they're fighting hard in safety tactics just at this moment. 9 frames all. Of course, it's the first player to reach 24 frames that is going to be the winner. Both players sensing the importance of this frame. Well, he played the shot and ran away, but he's pushed one into the open there by the middle pocket. Terry was a little thick on that one. Well, again, one good pot here could put either player in with a good chance.
Big break on here now. Golden opportunity to make a big break.
Well, John Williams here trying to see if the pink will spot. And it will not, so it goes on the highest available spot, which is the yellow.
Dennis was a little powerful with that shot, and his angle now on this red is not good because it's difficult to stay on the black. He's going to have to run away, looking at coming back again. Not the angle he was looking for. The blue is too straight to get back.
Of the world. And awaiting them under the lights, a crowd buzzing with anticipation, and centre stage, the table, ready for the second night of this Embassy final. Well, that was the scene at 7:30 this evening when Terry Griffiths of Wales and Dennis Taylor of Northern Ireland resumed their best of 47 frame final. Remember, it's the first man to 24, that magic figure, who wins the world title. Well, the score then was 11 frames all, and really there was no sign of a runaway on either player's part. And then this evening, frame 24, and I think one that showed that the full significance of the difference between winning and losing this world title had suddenly got to both players. Ted Lowe and John Pullman are the commentators. Taylor leads 12 frames to 11, so sit back and enjoy with us. This, the frame of the night, from beginning to end.
Terry Griffiths breaks off. Now one frame adrift against the star from Northern Ireland, Dennis Taylor. Started this evening's session all square at 11 frames each. This the fourth session of our 47 frame final. Taylor here having lost the first session 5-1. Another very good safety stroke with the cue ball tucked underneath the top cushion. Using the cushion rail just to guide the cue to strike just the top of that cue ball. Not quite, and he's left it. The tension's mounting now as we're at the halfway stage of this 47-frame final.
One. Six.
Just about right, I think, to bring the cue ball back for the blue after this red. Oh, no, he overcut it.
Six. Terry Griffiths.
Are the strains of the two previous matches in this championship telling on the Welshman? He had a terrific battle with Alex Higgins, winning in the 25th frame.
One.
Dennis Taylor, responsible for the exit of the world champion Ray Redden, seems completely relaxed.
Seven. Eleven.
A very ambitious try, that.
Dennis Taylor.
I mentioned just now Griffiths' battle with Higgins. He had a second great battle, of course, with the Australian Eddie Charlton. Bill Girdwood from Chesterfield, just down the road from Sheffield here, in charge of this particular session of the final. Five points in it. Taylor one frame in front.
One.
Our camera is showing you there, complete straight shot on the blue. Little that Taylor could do about it, and now has to play safe.
6. Dennis Taylor.
Concentration all over the face of the Northern Irishman. And a rather serious Welshman.
That's a pretty useful safety shot there by Dennis Taylor. He's set some problems for Terry. Difficult to see how he could bring the cue ball down to the balk end. And there are two reds close to the top cushion that are very potable. So one wonders what shot he's going to play here.
Very little Taylor can do about this, but play safe. He's 11 points in front. naturally, safety play will be predominant in this final when you consider that there's record prize money of some £35,500 at stake, with £15,000 on this particular match. A great ordeal, of course, for both stars. The first time that they've appeared in the final of the World Snooker Championship. Unseeded, Terry Griffiths. Dennis Taylor here, seeded number 8. Very nearly into the center, but not quite.
Well, this looks like to be the first real chance that's presented itself in this frame, Ted. The red on into the corner pocket, there's one on into the middle. Chance to get a few points at last. Terry looking at the position on the black. Should he play this red into the corner pocket? I think he may have a problem with the one in the middle. The cue ball will go dangerously near the baulk pocket, I think. Oops.
Well, that certainly was a bad one, and one that Terry Griffiths may regret. He sadly requires this frame to draw level again.
Well, he could have come more to grief than he has, actually. There's no easy position. Dennis looking at the red that's over the middle pocket, and I think it's rather a thin one. He's electing to play it.
One.
Oh, a nice straight blue there, leaving the red over the center.
6.
17 points in front at the moment, Taylor.
Seven.
Into the pack, but I think he's a little unlucky. That, John, is not so easy to get out of either.
No, it looks as if he's left himself in a bit of a mess there.
Dennis Taylor.
Taylor then goes 23 points in front, leading 12 frames to 11. Could have left this red over the pocket. A chance then for Griffiths.
Yes, it looks as if he can pop this one into the corner and stay nicely on the black. Well, that hasn't come too good. Would have to be a very thin blue were he to play it into the middle. Looking to see where the safest spot at the balk end of the table is.
One to Terry Griffiths.
Just about 21 minutes gone now of this very important frame, and we're halfway through the reds. 8 reds left on the table. That's a reasonable reply by Taylor. Terry with 4 reds in front of him, but can do nothing about them. Having a look at the 5th red nearest the top cushion, playing safe off of that. This could be a very big mistake by Dennis Taylor. Leading 12 frames to 11, just 1 frame in front, and at the moment in this frame, 29 points to 7. Terry takes the first red. Renowned now in this championship for the latter stages of the frame.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. 17.
Just 5 points behind now.
Twenty.
2 points in it and 5 reds to go.
Twenty-one. 28. 29. 30.
break now
36.
36.
$37.
Two not so easy reds now.
$43.
And going for the half bat. You're a long way away from the tip of the cue when you play those shots, but it doesn't seem to bother the Welshman here. Great shot.
$51.
Dennis wondering whether or not he will break down.
And Terry, of course, still needs this red to put himself into a safe position this game.
There's a lovely camera angle for you, with the cue of Terry Griffiths.
51, Terry Griffiths.
.51 break then by Griffiths, putting him in 29 points in front. Packed house here at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield.
One.
Great chance here for Dennis to clear up and pinch the frame. All the colours on their spots apart from this yellow, and he's not too badly placed on that.
5.
And John is only 24 points behind. Oh dear.
5.
One feels the frame was virtually over if that yellow had gone in.
Always the humorist is Dennis Taylor. Waiting for Terry Griffiths to come back into the arena. He obviously thought that Dennis was going to run out there. .24 points in front. Well, there's an extraordinary shot there.
Well, that was absolutely unbelievable. It was a gift. Just goes to show that the mere fact of going out of the room breaks the concentration that little bit. Dennis has a reprieve there.
Could make a very big difference, John, here, that particular shot, because
it's certainly a very important ball, this yellow. It only counts 2, but all the rest of the colours on the spots. Man that takes the yellow will probably win the frame.
oh, they're 7 points away. Difference now, 17 points.
Well, that's made a tremendous difference. 2 bad lapses by Terry there. Really put Dennis back into this frame with a vengeance.
And he's played a snooker behind the black here. In fact, Griffiths can hit that yellow. There's the snooker. Off the top cushion onto the yellow. His problem, not to leave it over a pocket.
We'll probably play this very slowly, just to rest against the yellow. Hasn't played it quite hard enough.
Hole 4, Terry Griffiths.
21 points in it now. Still 27 points on the table. Just a little bit sticking out.
Well, Dennis certainly had a real try there, and had the yellow gone in, he was beautifully on the green. Unfortunately for him, he's now kissed the pink into rather an awkward position, which might be a problem for him a little later in this game. It's amazing how the fortunes have fluctuated this last few moments in this particular frame. Both players at times seem to have had the game at their mercy, and now it's completely wide open again.
This could be on for Griffiths, John.
Yes, I think he can just about get at that.
That's the important ball for Terry Griffiths. Now leads by 26 points with only 22 on.
Nine.
Dennis Taylor had
14.
quite an opportunity at the start of these 6 colours from the yellow. In fact, Terry messed it up on his first chance at the yellow, and after a little battle, it is now Terry Griffiths, the Welshman, who has taken the vital balls in this, the 24th frame, and it is now once again all square at 12 frames each, with Terry Griffiths taking that frame at 76 points to 41.
That frame really testing the mental state and the physical ability of both players, and Terry Griffiths suffering a little physically. He's got a bad back, an old problem he's had ever since he used to work as a postman. Obviously, that's going to go on well into the night, probably the early morning. One result we can give you, that Eddie Charlton has won the 3rd and 4th place playoff. He beat John Virgil today, 7 frames to 3, and picks up a very nice £3,000. But it's this final which has really caught the imagination, not just of this country, but all over the world. Today, we had people coming all the way from Ireland, trying to get in here without tickets, a pretty forlorn hope. Well, let's now just drop right in as we leave you into the hall to get the very latest score there on the championship table. And the frame score, it's all level. Look at that, 14 all. They've only just started the next frame. We'll be back tomorrow, finals day. First of all in Grandstand, BBC One.
Well, he seems to have landed perfectly for the red there.
7.
Now, will he go for the pot or will he play safe? He has a handy lead of 33 points. Well, he not only went for it, but he played it left-handed.
And he's come out of that pretty well, Jack, actually. Left the red over the corner pocket, but he's managed to get a snooker, I think.
little fortunate there. Oh, that really is a very brave shot indeed there. The manner in which Terry played that fine red indicated that he really went for the shot.
One feels that this is the all-important ball. If he can pop this into the pocket and get onto that yellow, could well be the frame-winning shot. Probably now try to stand behind the green, send the yellow round the table.
Griffiths, 13.
Well, Griffiths now 20 in arrears.
53, Terry Griffiths, 33.
And anybody's frame, this. Well, there's a possible snooker here behind the green. And he's got it behind the brown. clean pot.
Well, that was certainly a tremendous yellow that Terry popped in there. His only problem now appears to be the pink, which is in quite a nasty position. Green, brown and blue shouldn't present too much of a problem, but the pink is a little bit of a tricky one. If he got the right angle on this brown, he could screw into the pink with this shot, still leave himself on the blue and make the pink a little more manageable.
And a little smile there as Terry just missed the pink. But still a good chance. Well, 6 the difference now, and Terry needs both balls to win.
Now, what a shot this would be for the first frame of the session. Pop the pink into the corner pocket and screw back for the black.
Terry Griffiths.
Well, he took your advice, John, but the pink's gone safe.
He's come out of that very well, actually, Jack. Anything could have happened, of course, with that. And he's left the pink in an absolutely safe position. Dennis played that a bit hard, given Terry a chance here.
Another nail-biting finish to this frame, 53 all. And Terry guides the black in to win the 31st frame, taking a frame lead of 16 to 15.
So first blood there to the Welshman Terry Griffiths, now leading 16 frames to 15 in that absolutely riveting World Championship final. And we'll be back to Sheffield for more snooker at 2:10. Also, don't forget the...
Well, now Dennis has a chance to go for something. Dennis manages to get started at last. Well, he managed to dislodge one there.
Dennis badly needs at this stage to knock a little bit of a break in, get himself flowing.
7.
Been frozen out of the game for quite some time now.
Well, a lot of right-hand side on that shot to hold the cue ball for the cluster of reds. Well, Dennis has missed a comparatively easy black there, trying to get top side of the red to return for the black, I imagine. So Dennis Taylor now 20 points in arrears and badly needing this frame. Well, settling on the pink there has caused a problem or two here. Not easy to cue at this. Well, maybe a little tension creeping in here. Very vital stage of the match, this could be.
One. Seven.
30-51. And everything on. Dennis has a chance here to take the frame. Well, I think he would have welcomed being a little straighter on the blue there. And there he's played a nice little shot with touch of left-hand side to fetch him back for the yellow.
Twenty-one.
44-51. 25 on the table.
Twenty-four. Twenty-eight.
Taylor goes into the lead and requires the pink to clinch the frame. A splendid recovery, and look at this, he turns to his left hand again. And the pink struggles in to give Dennis Taylor the 33rd frame to pull the scores back to 17-16 in favour of Griffiths.
Well, Dennis Taylor of Ireland not letting Griffiths of Wales get away, as we heard there. The score now 17 frames to 16, and we'll be back to pick up the next. We go to Sheffield. It's the 34th frame. Griffiths has a lead of 31 points to 23, and he's about to play.
Well, he's rather tucked up on the cushion here. Nothing easy.
1, Dennis Taylor.
Well, one must assume that he had that in mind, but at the same time, doubles are always, shall we say, slightly fortunate, and to get one at this period must be very satisfying. And this frame has now been in progress about 40 minutes. $12 points the difference. And those facts and figures surely indicate just how these two fellas are playing.
5, Terry Griffiths.
Well, that red's finished over the pocket, but I think the yellow's in the way. Dennis is unlucky, not able to make contact with it.
Well, there you see just how fortunate Terry was there. And of course the problem now is that if Dennis doesn't shift that red, he might very well leave it. Well, this is what makes snooker such a popular game. Well, we have two reds left on the table. And this frame has now been in progress some 42 minutes of real hard, struggling, fighting snooker. And that is the longest frame so far in this final. Well, and here, Dennis must be careful. Both reds reasonably open. Well, Terry surely is not looking for a plant here. Obviously looking for the path of the second ball. When you think these two young men, early in their career now, playing for some £10,000, one can understand the care that they're taking. And just look at this. Well, I wouldn't like to say whether that was play four or not.
I think Jackie was a little fortuitous there. I think he played the double on the red to get on the black. And the cue balls come behind the black. And this could well be curtains for Dennis here.
This frame now been in progress some 45 minutes. And from that last shot, Terry could well clinch matters here.
One.
Forty. 24.
Five. Eleven.
And that wriggled as it went in. 49-24. 25 the difference, and 25 on the table. So Dennis now requires snookers and looks in trouble. And he must be feeling that he's been a little unfortunate in this frame. And after nearly 50 minutes of struggle, Dennis Taylor concedes in the 34th frame, which makes the frame scores 18-2 Terry and 16-2 Dennis Taylor.
And there'll be more live coverage of the World Snooker Championships at Sheffield on BBC Two at 5 o'clock.
The happy but very relaxed Terry Griffiths.
Dennis Taylor.
Griffiths 4 points in front then. 2 reds to go. Great shot. He looks at the scoreboard. 10 points in front. And once again, we're down to the last 6 colours. Now 16 points in front. And that one surely settles it. Griffiths taking 7 out of this morning's 8 frames. Requires just 2 frames now out of the remaining 9 frames.
So 22 frames to 16, and the final session of that World Championship live on BBC Two starting at 5 o'clock.
Good evening, and as you join us here backstage in Sheffield's Crucible Theatre, we're just a few minutes away from the moment when the two finalists in this Embassy World Professional Snooker Championship will be going out into yet another packed arena to contest the remaining frames in this year's World Championship. Dennis Taylor of Northern Ireland, Terry Griffiths of Wales. And in fact, if we just pop in here, we can have a last-minute word with Dennis Taylor. We're just changing. Dennis, can we interrupt you for a second?
Good evening, David.
It's a few minutes left to go out there now. How are you feeling?
Well, obviously a little bit down after the session, losing 7-1 this afternoon, but if Terry won 7-1 this afternoon, I think there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to maybe even win 7-1 or 8-1 this evening.
A score of 22 was to 16. That's a lot to pick up, isn't it?
It's a hell of a task, but I've had lots of letters, and there was a letter from a woman in Northern Ireland, and it was a poem her mum gave her years back, and I read the poem, and that's bucked me up quite a bit. It says you never beat until the end. So I'll keep
another
going.
very big one here. Who's this from?
Well, this must be mentioned. You showed one last night from the school in Mellor. This one comes from my daughter Denise and her class 4 school at the Sacred Heart School in Blackburn. And it actually looks a bit like me as well. The same colour as suit, so I'd like to
get that one in, do you?
I'd like to thank all them as well, and also my son Damien and Brendan, who'll be watching tonight as well.
Dennis, good luck.
Thanks
Won't
very
keep you
much.
any longer. You're out on the table in a few moments' time. Good luck. Dennis Taylor, as we move out through here, it's a little bit crowded, but if you come down this corridor here with me, we'll walk down to another room, which is, in fact, not really a dressing room. It is what was our videotape store, where we store all the tapes of all the matches. And Terry Griffiths, the Welshman, has taken over. It's his lucky room. He says he likes to be associated with the stories of the matches. Terry, can we come in a second?
Yes.
Just a few moments before you go on.
Yes.
And must be a wonderful moment for you. 2 frames needed to become the champion of the world.
Well, I still need 2 frames, but looking forward to going out once again. Last lap after a long fortnight.
You've looked so much better today than you did last night. Last night, you looked a very tired man.
Yes, well, the night before I was very tired also, but I think Dennis is tired as well. Everybody's tired after this fortnight, but I was glad to hold things together for the 2 sessions, possibly, and then, you know, make a big effort today, which came okay for me. And
It's been a marvellous time for you. I know the place
yes,
not only full of videotapes,
fabulous,
it's been full of
fabulous.
telegrams and letters. And
yes,
everything.
everywhere, you know, telegrams, they've helped me no end, the telegrams, when I've been down, you know, they lift you up a bit, and the letters I've had, there's been thousands of letters and telegrams, it's just marvellous.
Marvellous time for you.
Yeah.
Leave you now, but good luck
Okay.
for the final.
Thanks, Dave.
Terry Griffiths of Wales. Well, as he said, full of telegrams, full of letters, and in fact, it's just literally a moment or two now before they go out there onto the table. There are 9 frames to be played tonight. Terry Griffiths needs just 2. Dennis Taylor, my goodness, he needs an awful lot. But there are no keener fans watching Terry Griffiths than his 2 children, Wayne and Darren, back home with their grandmother in Llanelli, watching the television right now to see if they can walk out tomorrow morning and say, my dad is the professional snooker champion of the world. Well, outside, the arena is packed. Let's go out there, and the match commentator will be Ted Lowe.
And as we leave, Wayne and Darren sat at home watching the television set. We come back into the Crucible Theatre, where the capacity crowd, the same as we have seen now for 2 weeks, witnessing and enjoying 425 frames so far in these Embassy World Championships. At the moment, Terry Griffiths from West Wales, leading at 22 frames to Northern Ireland's Dennis Taylor. Terry Griffiths, therefore, requires just 2 frames from the remaining 9 there are to play. And so, without more ado, I have the great pleasure in handing you over to Bruce Donkin, who will now introduce
The closing session, then, ladies and gentlemen, of this, the Embassy 1979 World Professional Snooker Championship, and this year, 2 brand new faces in the final. From Wales, the 1975 Welsh Amateur Champion, the 1977 and 1978 English Amateur Champion, ladies and gentlemen, Terry Griffiths. His opponent from Ireland, now resident near Blackburn, Lancashire, twice a losing semi-finalist in 1975 and 1977. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Taylor. In charge of the evening and final session, senior tournament referee from Wrexham, John Williams. I hope you enjoy your snooker.
Terry Griffiths leads 22 frames to 16. Dennis Taylor to break.
Following the handshakes, it's down to the serious business of the last 9 frames. Dennis Taylor breaking off with the formidable task of wanting 8 of those 9 frames. Terry Griffiths here, 31-year-old, former English amateur champion on 2 occasions, 1977 and 1978. His first appearance in the World Championships, for he only turned professional in June 78. Now requires just 2 frames to become world champion. Taylor, of course, lost 5-1 in the first session of this final and then came back. Can he do that again tonight? And Griffiths is away.
1. Eight.
A very fluent cue action throughout the championships, playing the game of his life.
$16. $17. $24.
A little scared of the red across the table into the middle, for fear of kissing the black, the blue, I beg your pardon. He's got a choice here of green or brown.
You'll be wanting, of course, Ted, to knock this brown in and screw the cue ball up around the corner at the top here to get into this pack of reds, to try and keep this break going. And he's played it beautifully.
Just a sample of the prowess we've seen from this Welshman. Unseeded, of course, Griffiths, and had to play 2 qualifying matches before coming here to Sheffield. This break goes to 37.
He's rather overhit that one, actually. He played for the red that was to the left of the pack there. Overrun it by some 10 or 12 inches, and now I think he's in a little bit of trouble.
Griffiths got to the final by first of all defeating the South African champion Perry Mons. He then had a terrific tussle, you'll probably remember, the 25th frame against Alec Hurricane Higgins. And then an even bigger tussle against the Australian champion Eddie Charlton.
Johnny Griffiths.
Satisfied with 37 points, he pushed the cue ball as near to the bulk cushion as possible. Dennis has been struggling all day today. And that's what we mean. Things just not going right for him.
Now, that's typical of what's been happening today, Ted, actually, isn't it? He caught the red a little too thinly there and kissed into another. Left everything wide open again for this young Welshman, whose composure, I must say, has been fantastic during this last 2 weeks.
Taking every care.
Nine.
Now 53 points. Taylor yet to score.
Well, obviously the pink will go there. He was having a good look at that before potting the red.
Still in position. Now the pink will not go on its own spot, so it goes on the highest available, in this case the blue. This year's Embassy Championship carries the highest prize money ever seen in snooker, some £35,500. The winner collects £10,000 along with the World Trophy. He's down to 6 reds now.
30.
67 points. The break, 30.
And just one more red, that means that Dennis Taylor now requires snookers.
31.
67 points only on the table now. Dennis relaxes in his chair, for he can do nothing about it, whilst Terry Griffiths is knocking the balls in on the table. Screwing back for his position on the bunch of reds there. Terry misses the black, but he's got a commanding lead now of 68 points. 11.5 minutes of this frame now passed. Dennis, like Terry, is a family man. He has 3 children. Came to England at the age of 17 and now lives in the very delightful village of Mellor, just outside Blackburn. Dennis, of course, in his first match, defeated the 21-year-old London star, Steve Davis, and then caused the upset of the championship by defeating the defending world champion, Ray Reardon. In the semi-finals, he had victory over Mancunian John Virgo. Dennis requires 1 snooker, 68 points behind, and 67 points only on the table.
And a chance to get the cue ball behind the green here.
Just not touching them right, and he leaves a bit sticking out. That red, as you see, is just below the center of that pocket, therefore making it a very fine cut.
It is all extremely difficult for Dennis at the moment, with the black being in the position that it is. Ideally, he would like to put 5 reds and blacks here to give himself a chance, but that's pretty impossible at the moment, with the black being tucked up amongst the reds there.
This time he split them up. Satisfied Terry Griffiths. Taylor here is an extremely good snooker player. Been knocking at the door for a title for some while now. Like that red, somehow the titles have just been missed.
Well, this situation could well seal the first frame, I think.
1.
Black into the corner pocket now will make things pretty hopeless for Dennis.
Score goes to 76.
8.
Still Dennis Taylor to score.
Nine. $15. $16.
As described to me in a letter during the championships.
23.
A ballet of precision.
$24.
Down to the last red.
$30.
Dennis quietly waiting. Still one frame to go. the final 6 colours.
35.
A former bus conductor and insurance agent. Now world-class professional snooker star, and 1 frame away from the world title at his first event.
40. 44. 49.
And the pink stays on the lip of the pocket. The Irishman comes forward and attempts a trick shot to pop the pink by going all round the table with the help of the cue. And so our 39th frame goes to the Welshman Terry Griffiths, who is now just 1 frame away from the world title. What an extraordinary performance this is for this 31-year-old young man from Llanelli in West Wales. He has literally been a professional for just a few months. He went into the professional championship for the first time this year, and as an unseeded player had to qualify. He defeated Bernard Bennett from Southampton and then Jim Meadowcroft. He then found himself here at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, where he's certainly upheld all the traditions and prowess of a world star. His defeats I have already mentioned, but I wonder what the future can be for this young man who really has no experience of holding a world title.
23 frames to 16, he will break.
A big smile from Dennis Taylor. The 40th frame, and it's Griffiths breaking off. It must be said that Dennis has not had the best of luck in this championship final. But that must take nothing away from the Welshman. He's played brilliantly throughout.
One.
And again, Griffiths is away.
Yes, he's not that type of pot in all the fortnight of this with absolute ease, and yet in no way is that an easy shot, particularly played at that speed. Plays it absolutely perfectly and stays on the black.
8. Nine.
Dennis really now thinking that the championship is running away. He must be content with The runners-up prize, £5,000 in this case.
Just behind the green.
9, Terry Griffiths.
Perfect position. Still completely cool, calm and collected.
It's the way this fella's playing at the moment, Ted. There doesn't have to be too many balls left here when he's finished.
9. $16. 17.
One wonders if he's going to finish this match in the same way that he's finished several others this fortnight, with a really big break to take the winning frame.
$24. 25.
His fourth black.
$32. 33.
Totally unhurried. The fifth black disappears.
40. 41.
Dennis just watches.
$48. 49. 50.
Well, I was just going to say that if he continues this way with reds
56.
and blacks, there's a possible 131 on here. But he's got out of position a little now.
And the red stays right on the lip of the pocket. The break finishing at 56. Still 75 points on the table if Dennis can get a black with this red.
Six.
A sly glance at the scoreboard. He's 65 points to 6 behind.
Dennis studying at the moment where the next red will come, the one after this one that he's potting into the corner, seeing the angle that he needs on the black to be able to get on the following red. Now he's played to get on the blue.
7.
Will, I think, screw the cue ball up amongst these 4 reds to try and disturb them a little bit. Only managed to make contact with one. It's on, but awkward over the top of the others.
Playing this one left-handed rather than attempt to use the difficult spider.
Well, get it clear.
That shot could have given away both this frame and, of course, the final.
One.
The Welshman who lost the title. In the audience, Ray Reardon, watching a Welshman pick the title up.
Dennis Taylor now needing snookers if he's to win this game. And Terry Griffiths still in position on the reds.
Four.
There's just no stopping
11.
Terry Griffiths.
Well,
This, the 40th frame of the 47-frame Embassy final. And Griffiths here going towards victory. And the 24th frame he requires to call himself World Snooker Champion.
19.
And so the last red disappears, with Griffiths now some 73 points in front. A deep screw with a lot of side, but it's not quite hard enough, and Griffiths snookers himself on the first of the 6 colours, the yellow. He's not bothered about that now. Quite happy in his mind that he is to pick up the world crown, the trophy, and the first prize of £10,000. The highest break of the championships goes to Canadian champion Phil Werbenoff, who had a magnificent 142. And Dennis Taylor concedes. Great performance by a very cool and calculated snooker star. His first time ever in the World Championships, and he's walked through, having turned professional in June of last year, now finds himself at the pinnacle of the world of
professional snooker champion of the world. How does it feel?
Tremendous, isn't it? Tremendous. Top of the world. Doing very nice at the moment. Not
very nice, he says, for winning that. It's marvellous, isn't it?
Oh, well, I'd rather get the 2 frames over with tonight, you know. It's never what's going to happen. The game's not very difficult all the time to pot the balls. It looks easy sometimes, but it's very difficult all the time until you got them all in. You haven't won, really. And I don't think Dennis done himself justice today, really. He's played better than that all through the fortnight, but he had a bad day today when possibly the worst possible time to have a bad day. He had it today, but that's what it's all about. You could have less bad days on your opponent, and then you get through in the end.
What's been the worst moment of the championship for you? I've had so many good ones. Was there a bad moment?
Well, that's an awkward question. I've naturally had a few bad moments when I've been down in the dumps and I've been behind and haven't played as well as I thought I have, or that type of thing, but my heart's rather big. I come back up always, I hope, anyway.
I don't think he's quite recovered from it yet. And Dennis, sad night for you, but you had so much to do when you came out of this evening, didn't you? But you said to me before, you're never beaten until the last ball's done.
Well, that's right. You never know what happened to this game, David. I mean, in the quarter-final match, I managed to win 9 games to 3 against Ray Reardon, which can't be bad, so I tried to think about that. But I think today when I lost the first game, Terry needed all the balls in the first game and he managed to win that one. I just never got into it. I always seemed to be hitting the small colours when I played a safety shot, and Terry never missed a ball at all. His safety was excellent. I think he's a very worthy champion, and I shall look forward to meet him again next year.
Terry, now it's slowly sinking in. What happens now, apart from the champagne?
Well, I think we'll celebrate a bit tonight, and I think I'm being taken out for a meal by Embassy, and
What happens to the £10,000? Have you sorted out what you're going to do with that?
No, my wife sees to that. She spends the money, I earn it.
Where is she? Up there somewhere again?
Yes, I think she's up the back there.
Oh, and Dad? He's here as well.
Yes, Dad, everybody.
At the end of a marvellous fortnight for you.
Yes.
And there's a man sitting over there. Come down here a minute, will you please, sir? Mr. Reardon, just pop down and join us a second.
Well done, champ.
You can call me champ now. He's been saying all the week that I'm not the champion until Saturday night, and he was right enough.
Look, our sponsor said you've got 50 minutes to go, actually.
Oh.
Ray, I mean, must be nice for you to sit here and watch another Welshman take the title that went away from you.
Oh, long as you see a great champion in the making, and we've now got a great champion again, I think that's fantastic. Dennis would have been an equal one in any case, man, but there's only one champion, unfortunately, and there's always a loser. Well played, Terry.
And you'll be here...
In the future? Yeah.
You'll be here to have a crack at him next time, will you?
Isn't he got a loan of it? Good guys.
I think you're in the qualifying rounds next year. Is that right, Ray?
Very likely, very likely. Very likely.
Ladies and gentlemen, typical of the way this match has been played, I mean, there they are, three great names in snooker. Dennis Taylor, a finalist, Ray Reardon, the former champion, but the new champion of the world, Terry Griffiths. Now for the official presentation, can I put you in the hands of your MC, Mr. Bruce Donkin? Thank you.
Thank you, David. The presentation, ladies and gentlemen, will be made by Mr. John Goodchap, Financial Director of WD&HO Wills, accompanied by Mr. Peter Dyke, who is the General Manager of the Sponsored Events Department of WD&HO Wills. Mr. John Goodchap and Mr. Peter Dyke, please. And in the first place, a cheque to the runner-up, a real nice guy, Dennis Taylor. £5,000 to the runner-up, ladies and gentlemen. And to the new Embassy World Professional Snooker Champion, the trophy and a cheque for £10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, Terry Griffiths. And an additional presentation from Lanson Champagne, one bottle of Black Label Lanson Champagne. Must be on the scene somewhere. One bottle of Black Label Lanson. They were, I'm sorry, a Magnum. A Magnum.
They're the picture of a champion. Those scenes, watching live, in fact, they're just outside where I am. I've just popped back in to our studio space here just from the Crucible arena there. And I think Terry Griffiths really has made so many friends, not just throughout the country. Pictures of this match really be going all around the world, pictures of the whole fortnight of the championships. And it's been, I think, a fortnight of some of the most nail-biting snooker you'd ever wish to see, filled with so much tension and so much emotion. And there was